3 minutes until program starts. Thank you. Programming will begin in 3 minutes. Please find your way to your seats. Programming will begin in 3 minutes. Make your way to your seats. Thank you.
right. Well, greetings and good morning, family. It's so good to see all of you. My name is Frederick Delahousie III, and it is my distinct pleasure and honor to serve as Director for the Office of Cultural Economy for the incomparable city of New Orleans. On August 29, 2005, I was a resident of the mighty, mighty 7th Ward. And on today, August 30th, 2025, I am a resident of the mighty, mighty 7th Ward. I'm grateful to call myself a New Orleanian and grateful to have this opportunity to stand with you all in this room and all those watching around the globe as we gather today with humble spirits but hopeful hearts. We mark this solemn anniversary, one that forever changed the course of our lives, of our communities, and of course of our nation. Today we'll be remembering the waves and the winds. We'll remember the water that came through with unimaginable force, that tore through cities, that tore through homes, and tore through histories. Today we'll remember more than 1,800 lives and souls that were lost, each one of them a story, a family, a light that went out way too soon, and we will hold space for their memory and also hold space for the knowledge of the New Orleans diaspora, for those who have been scattered across different communities, families that were separated, and of course, all those who struggle to get out and those that still struggle to get back. Many of us, we are rebuilding something in ourselves to this day, and today is a day for us to reflect on all of that. But amidst that tragedy, there was also a rising. There was courage from our first responders who, gave of themselves tirelessly to save lives. There were strangers who opened up their homes and their hearts to so many of us. And there's a strength in every survivor who chose to return, to rebuild, to hope, and try to heal. Today we'll look back on almost every area of our lives affected by the storm, the way in which we operated when Katrina hit, how we addressed the unprecedented challenges in its immediate aftermath and the years that followed, as well as we look to how we move forward in sustaining and rebuilding our recovery. Today is not only about remembrance, it's about empowerment. It's all about honoring the past while continuing to shape a future where justice, equity, preparedness is not just an ideal, but it's reality for us all. So let this summit be a moment of profound unity, a time for healing, and a recommitment to the values that Hurricane Katrina laid bare. The importance of community, the urgency of action, and the unbreakable power of the human spirit. We thank you for being here. We thank you for remembering, and we thank you for continuing this work of recovery, of restoration, of renewal. And we begin in the only way New Orleans knows how to begin, with our culture. The culture is the cornerstone. Y'all know it rises from the cracks in the concrete and the cobblestone. Dances across our plates and across our streets. So we have to do it in the spirit of remembrance. So we want to welcome the Free Agents Brass Band, the Sudan Social Aid and Pleasure Club, and the Baby Dolls, followed by an honoring of ancestors from the Kumbuka Drum and Dance Collective. Let's get started.
The chant that we are offering today is a dance that is done in honor of the ancestors. We make this offering for those souls whose lives were lost in Katrina. We offer this dance for those who have survived. We also offer this dance in honor of those New Orleanians who are not able to come back home. This is not a dance, it's an offering. So can you just say, Amy Low with us?
Woo! Yeah. I know y'all got some of the good food we had, but now you're starting to feel nourished, right? All right, next up, we'll have an invocation from Katrina 20 Commissioner, Pastor Fred Luder Jr., Senior Pastor of the Franklin Avenue Baptist Church, followed by the ceremonial presentation of colors by a joint color guard featuring the Louisiana National Guard, the United States Coast Guard, the New Orleans Police Department, the New Orleans Fire Department, and the New Orleans Emergency Medical Services, and the color guard will be accompanied by one of New Orleans' favorite sons, Mr. Delphio Marcellus.
There's nothing like New Orleans culture. That's why we came back. Father, what a joy, what a privilege, what an honor it is to be here today to celebrate 20 days, 20 years later, Katrina. God, it was a difficult time. It was a tough time. We really didn't know what was going to happen. But God, thank you for this day that we're still here. We're still standing. We are still New Orleans. God bless this summit, God. We pray your blessings upon everybody that's going to take place, God. Thank you for our mayor. Thank you for our council. Thank you for all of our public elected officials, God. Thank you for all the citizens that's here today. Be a part not only of this opening session, but all the breakout sessions that will happen so that we may be educated on what we can do to continue the great legacy of this great city. We love you. We praise you. We thank you for this day. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank y'all. Y'all go ahead and give a hand clap to Delphio Marcellus. And the musicians, thank you, gentlemen. Thank you so much. I don't let New Orleans with the national anthem get jazzy. You know? All right, next up, this is a treat. We have the voices of St. Peter Claver, accompanied by, or featuring rather, let me say featuring Mr. Blair Dotton Haley, and accompanied by the dance department from the New Orleans Center for Creative Arts. Let's give our attention to these youth and these phenomenal elders.
Lift every voice and sing till earth and heaven ring, ring with the harmonies of liberty. Let our rejoicing rise high as the listening skies. Let it resound loud as the See that band all dressed in red. Looks like the band that Moses led. See that host all dressed in white. The leader looks like the Israelite.
Nazingonya Baba Gitsi Babo Onyama Nazingonya Baba Gitsi Babo Hey 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 Onyama Ingonyama ingweyama bala From the day we arrived on the planet and blinking stepped into the sun, there's more to see than can ever be seen, more to do than can ever be done. There's far too much to take in here, more to find than can ever be found. But the sun rolling high through the sapphire sky keeps great, small, on the endless round is the circle of life, and it moves us all through despair and hope, through faith and love, till we find our place the circle of life, and it moves us all through despair and hope, through faith and love, till we find our place on a path unwinding in the circle of life.
All right, how y'all feeling? Yeah? Whenever we come together, it's always necessary, again, to remember where we come from so that we know where we're going. So now we'll have a land acknowledgement, a land and people's acknowledgement by Principal Chief Laura Ann Chason of the United Homer Nation.
Well, bon matin, everyone. It is an honor to be here this morning. A land acknowledgement is the first step in recognizing and honoring indigenous peoples. It is a way of acknowledging the history of the land we stand on and reflect on our place within the history. It is not just about the past, it is about the present as well. Colonialism is not a closed chapter. It is an ongoing reality that continues to affect indigenous communities today. For many Americans, the history taught about the formation of the United States is false. The traditional narrative often erases the deep connection indigenous people have with this land and overlooks the forced removal, genocides, oppression experienced during colonialization. But indigenous peoples, we are still here. We continue to protect our lands and waters, preserve our traditional traditions, and continues to contribute to society in countless ways. Land acknowledgements are one way to ensure our history is recognized and honored. Today, I would want to acknowledge the ancestral lands we are on. Today is the Chitimacha, the Shawasho, the Choctaws, and my people, the Houma. Before this city was named New Orleans, it was called Babuncha, which means the land of many tongues. The Friendship Market that we know today, that was a gathering place for the southeastern tribes. Bayou St. John, City Park, that was a traditional hub, and that was our traditional hunting grounds. What we know today is Congo Square. That is our traditional ceremonial grounds, our green corn ceremonial grounds. Therefore, recognizing the land's original steward is just the first step in uplifting our voices, supporting our communities, and honoring our ongoing presence, and contribution is true allyship. So Yakoke for allowing me to share the story of my people, both past and present. And let us continue to honor and respect the indigenous people's land we are gathered on today. Bien merci. Thank you.
Now, before I take my seat, I could not leave this space without giving you the opportunity to come home. As we gather together in this place at this time, I ask that every heart and every mind be open, be clear, be unfettered by fear, and every soul within the sound of my voice, within the beat of this heart, knows a place called home. We call upon the ancestors, whose shoulders on which we stand, whose dreams we are realized, and pray that the blood of the enslaved washes all our sins away. Tell me, what would happen if today was the last time you heard that drum beat or that trumpet blow? What if the last feather fell from the last suit sewn? What if you went home tonight, put your head on your pillow, and when you woke up in the morning, there was no place to go to bear your culture? For every Ninth Ward soldier who dies a little bit inside each time he slides that key into some other lock of some other house on some other street in some other city. For every 7th Ward hardhead turned soft, heartbroken, although we may not look the same as we did yesterday. For every culture bearer who can no longer bear to watch their culture be consumed and calculated by connivers, you are welcome. Welcome to this place called home, where the culture rises from the cracks in the cobblestone. Will you come home, family? Somebody today needs our culture. This culture that enters every home and every heart, that goes beyond prison bars and hospital beds, this culture that heals and has delivered many of us from the glory of gunshots. I refuse to leave here today without asking you to come home. If you've ever been standing in your kitchen, had to open your window, run to your front door, and know the ancestors have moved on because the music says so, don't be ashamed. Anyone who remembers family and spirit and rhythm and movement and meaning and breath and life, come home, dear children. Whether saved or unsaved, whether Central City, Uptown, Downtown, the West Bank, East Bank, or Gentilly, come home. For those who struggle to get out and those who still struggle to get back, we welcome you home. There's no place like it. There will never be another like it. I know you remember. Is there anyone? I'm going to ask again, is there anyone who remembers their culture? If you remember, come home. If you can feel it in your heart, come home. Can you feel it, sister? Come home. Can you feel it, brother? Come home. Come home. Come home. Pastor Lou, that was my attempt at an altar call, you know, Our next presenter, the unique blend of passion, determination, and deep-rooted commitment to community helped many of us come home in the days following Hurricane Katrina. Elected as the first woman mayor of the city of New Orleans, please give your attention to the Honorable Mayor LaToya Cantrell.
Good morning. Good morning. I hope you feel it. You feel like you're home? Thank you so much. Thank you so very much. Because I know when I was in Houston, I said I had to get back to New Orleans. So I know I felt it would. Thank you so very much. And coming on home and staying in the Marriott Hotel for over 6 months plus, but organizing with my community leaders when they said, oh no, Broadmoor and 7 other neighborhoods would not come back, we said, oh, all hell broke loose. And it wasn't just us in terms of Broadmoor, it was us as a collective and as the city of New Orleans. So on behalf of our city, thank you for being here, but most importantly, thank you for coming on home. Please,
please join me in just extending a very warm and gracious appreciation for our cultural community who set this place on fire this morning. Let's give it up in every manner. And really today was about creating a day for us to do what we had to do 20 years ago. Find a place to come together, to see ourselves in one another, come together to share, come together to build community, come together to be inspired by one another, to have the courage to demonstrate that New Orleans was coming back, but she was coming back better. And 20 years later, we are still standing, and we are still New Orleans. So thank you, all of you who have been on fire for every year of those 20 years. I know that I have been one of them. But today is about reflection, but again, most importantly, it's about understanding how far we've come together and what we can accomplish when we work together. And then it's about being empowered and once again inspired to lead this city on for the next 20 and then the next 20. So I say, get ready for a great day. A great day, again, of building community, coming as your whole self, broken or not, but understanding as you come, we're stronger together. So again, welcome. Thank you to the K20 Commission for making this day possible, but most also importantly, all of the events, commemorative events that have happened across the city of New Orleans. That's another thing that we wanted to ensure, that all of our people in our city felt a part of the growth that we have seen, but also inspired to continue to uplift, to encourage, and to ensure that the city of New Orleans reaches her fullest potential for all of us. So with that, thank you again, and let me tell you, let's make it a great day, but as we leave this place, let's be inspired and filled with the courage that is necessary to do the work. God bless you.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor. We'll now have remarks from Congressman Troy Carter, followed by City Council President Mr. J.P. Morrell.
Hello, everyone. I'm Congressman Troy Carter, and I proudly represent Louisiana's 2nd Congressional District. It is a pleasure to be with you today. It has now been 20 years since Hurricane Katrina devastated our communities. 20 years since lives were lost, homes destroyed, and families displaced. But it was also a turning point, a moment that forever changed the culture, the priorities, and the resilience of Louisiana. We lost family, we lost friends, we lost ways of life, but we're resilient and we'll never quit. Hurricane Katrina isn't just history, it's personal. We carry the memory with us every single day. And while we remember the pain and the loss, we also draw strength from the courage of the survivors who built their lives and our communities against all odds. They rebuilt things that some said couldn't be rebuilt, some that thought it shouldn't be rebuilt. Their determination inspires us to keep building safer, stronger, and more equitable communities. As storms grow more intense and last longer, our commitment to preparedness and recovery must grow stronger too. That means sound policy, smart investments, and science, not politics, guiding our decisions. As a founding member and co-chair of the Bipartisan Disaster Preparedness and Recovery Caucus, I've made it my mission in Congress to champion these priorities. We're working to advance legislation that strengthens disaster readiness, delivers timely and equitable relief to survivors, and ensure communities can recover fully and swiftly. Preparedness isn't a partisan issue, it's a moral one. So when we reflect on 20 years since Katrina, let's commit to a future where every family has the support they need before, during, and after disaster strikes.
Now, family, Council President J.P. Morrell.
Before I get on my prepared comments, I want to begin with something a bit more personal. For those of you who experienced yesterday, it was a lot. There were a lot of tears, a lot of happiness, a lot of rage, and honestly, every response was appropriate. And I did not know if I would be here today. I can honestly credit Pastor Luter. I was invited to go to the First Baptist Franklin Avenue Joint service yesterday, and I needed something to ground me to be able to speak today because yesterday was a lot. I bring greetings on behalf of the New Orleans City Council. Some of my colleagues are here today. I want to thank the mayor for her leadership in hosting this summit to bring us together. 20 years ago, the trajectory of this city was changed forever. We are not the city we were or the city we could have been, but we are the city that we are. We are a city that has been framed by hardship and tragedy, but we have never been defined by it. We are never the city that care forgot because we never fail to care for each other and take care of each other. I want to retire this term resilient. I say that because for those of us been told for 20 years we're resilient, we're really tired of hearing that. Resilient is a passive term. It's something that makes you feel like things happen to you and you are forced to endure it. I prefer to think of our city as indomitable. We stand up in the face of obstacles, in the face of tragedy, and we barrel through them. We were a city that the entire nation said questioned whether we should come back at all. And being more than resilient is defying expectations and defying efforts and pressure to tell you whether you can rebuild and where you can rebuild. Today is an opportunity to get and to learn from each other, to pool our collective wisdom and our lessons learned. Let's take time through our collective playing, our shared memories, our trials and tribulations, and turn this into an opportunity to come together, to work with shared purpose, to build the city we need, because although this is not the city it was 20 years ago, it is our city, and we will define its future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You getting up? I ain't even said your name. Family, K-20 Commissioner, Ms. Joan Rhodes.
Good morning. About a year ago, the mayor said to me, we need to do something really special for the 1 year. And I want to thank you, Madam Mayor. Your leadership is what brought us here today. She put together a collective of people from different spaces to bring forth a message. Today, you're going to hear those messages as they're being presented by individuals from all over of what Katrina did for them, to them, and what they did with Katrina. I'm a member of the Rhodes family, and that's what it says in the book. Yesterday, we had a memorial service, a wreath-laying service. My niece talked about people and communities and how they're reflective on how they handle their dead. We're in the death care business. So that's our business, to bury people, to recognize their lives, to memorialize their lives, and to help the family accept that death is a part of life. You are born to die, every one of us. No matter what we do in between, that's our ending spot. So thank you, Ms. Mayor. And she came yesterday, and she's come for years to help us lay wreaths on the graves of the known and the unknown, the unidentified and unclaimed. So that was yesterday. On today, it just gave me such chills and pleasure to look at the program. My reflection of Ellis Marcellus Sr., when I listened to how that young man did the, national anthem. Oh, please. Nobody ever did that before. That I heard. And I'm a lover of jazz and music. Oretha Castle Haley, that was her son, or grandson, or one of them Haleys, singing that song. And Mr. Rhodes, he knew all of those people. It just makes me proud to be here today. When I reflect on my Katrina story, because we all have a Katrina story, and if I could say anything to each of you today is think about your story. Write your story down. And when I write my story, I think about, oh my God, what I didn't do, what I could have done. But I think about what I did do. And with that, I was in Las Vegas. I was catching an airplane. Yeah, so a lot of stuff was going on down here. I was in the airport in between flights. If I knew what was going on in New Orleans, I probably wouldn't have come here. The Gulf of Mexico, from one end to the other, was full of Katrina. I saw it when I was changing the plane. I said, oh my God, why are we going home? And when I got off the airplane, I'm coming in, I see my elected officials, I see all my friends, they're going out. They're catching the airplane. They say, you're going the wrong way. I said, no. I didn't know it, but there was a purpose for me to come home. I had a 96-year-old lady sitting in her living room. And when I talked to her, I said, Aunt Sadie, why didn't you leave with everybody else? She said, I knew you was coming for me. And I did. I picked her up. I put her in my car, and we tried to leave town. After riding about 3 hours, and we couldn't even get across Lake Pontchartrain, I said, no, that's not going to be me today. I'm not going to have her for her last breath in my car, because there had been some other evacuations, and I knew people who died in the car trying to go some places. So I came back home to Treme, high and dry. I said, I know my house can make it. My house did make it. But all around me was water, people. And that Tuesday, I had something very rare. I had an analog phone at my house. I never text. We had no power, but people were calling me in. I had a national network telling me where the water was, how to get out of here, where could I go. And interesting enough, I looked around. I had my 96-year-old. I had my grandson. I had 3 babies. I had people walking who had walked down the street trying to find a place to go, and they came to my house. My niece had gone. She left wonderful stuff uptown. Alden McDonald called me. He told me how I could get around town. He said, go find your leadership. They're downtown. I couldn't find them. I was the leader. I became the leader of my tribe. And at 3 o'clock on Tuesday, after we had gone to my niece's house shopping, after we had picked up the vehicles that had been around town from my relatives and friends, I had 5 cars. I had about 6 drivers, okay? I had sick people, I had old people, I had rations in the car. I had flowers that I had got from my niece's house, because she was a florist. And we were trying to find our way out of town. We had to go across the bridge. The only way you could get out, we had to go across the Mississippi Bridge. I saw people walking. I saw the military, the police. I got a business on the West Bank. It was high and dry. I couldn't even go there. They stopped me from going to my own place. So maybe my mission was to go to Baton Rouge. There were people on the highway that cars were broken down. I had a van with me with seats in it. I picked up people. So maybe that's what my mission was. And when I got to Baton Rouge, I opened up a shelter. That night at Rhodes Funeral Home in Baton Rouge, we had 150 people sleeping on pews, on floors, everywhere. And you know, when I reflect on what my story is, I know each one of you has a story. So I would encourage you to write your story down. Think about what you did do. Think about what you didn't do. And forgive yourself for what you didn't do. And accept that all of that is a part of your Katrina story. And what you didn't do, you still have an opportunity to do. We have a lot to do. We have a lot to do to build our city and continue on our mission. Thank you.
Well, good morning, good people. My name is Hal Rourke, and I'm a relative newcomer to the city of Nolens. I was sent down here in 1989 from New York to help open Covenant House on Rampart Street. After that, I taught at Brother Martin for a few years, got my master's in social work from Tulane, and served as a social worker for many years. But in 1995, I met Lori, the love of my life. And you know what they call you when you marry a local girl and a New Orleanian? They call you blessed. And indeed, I have been, and I was blessed in 2005 with my family to be living in Broadmoor. And I want to thank my good friend LaToya Cantrell for asking me to say a few words, and specifically from the fact now that I'm an Episcopal priest and I serve in New York. And so from that perspective, very briefly, what are some things that we may want to remember? The first is for all of us that were here in Katrina and the aftermath for many years, it's not 6 degrees of separation in terms of people we know that died. Whether they're our family, our friends, our neighbors, our coworkers. And you remember the Times-Picayune at that point for many, many, many months was running photos every day of New Orleanians who had passed. And so clearly part of this day is that we remember those we knew and did not know, but who died nonetheless as a result of the greatest civil engineering failure in the history of the United States. And one of the ways we can honor them the best is by continuing to remember them, celebrate them, but also still work for the improvement of those who are living now. So I am excited to be here today and to be part of these panels, because what is clear to me is what's going to rise up today is one of the things, maybe the most important thing, that helped New Orleans to recover and recover so profoundly, which was everyone came together. Whether you were newer like me or had been here for many generations like my wife's family, whether you were young or old, whatever your background or ethnicity or culture or gender orientation, it was everybody coming together in the dry zone and the wet zone to save this, one of the greatest cities in the world. And that collaborative spirit, that spirit of caring, dare I say, as a New Yorker now, who comes back often and looks forward to when I retire in about 8 years, Lori and I back to New Orleans. But I must say, from the vantage point of New York, one of the things that New Orleans can still teach the country is that the power and resiliency and strength comes from working together. The greatness of the ideas that emerged was because people of all backgrounds had an opportunity to serve and to offer ideas and to work together. And we're living in an age that thinks that division is maturity and strength, and fear-mongering is a path to greatness. And I think what New Orleans still has to share is true greatness is working together. True greatness is sharing all of our gifts and talents. True greatness is caring for those we may not know, but still need us and still need help. And that's what New Orleans did to be at this moment. And at this moment, the country needs that message as important now as ever. And I give thanks to God, and it is my personal hope and prayer that the rest of the country will listen. Because if we will live out what we pledge when we salute the flag and say that honorable, sacred pledge. We will always work for greater liberty and justice for all. Amen.
Thank you, Mr. Rourke. We want to give some time now to our esteemed council member, Eugene Green. Come on.
Well, thank you very much. Wood, I am so honored to be here. I will tell you, I was not on the agenda, and I didn't know. But I am appreciative of this opportunity. And maybe Wood asked me to come up, Mayor Cantrell, because of the love that I have for the city of New Orleans. And don't I try to make that as clear wherever I go. I talk about the successes. I recognize that we have challenges in our city, but I am so honored when I have an opportunity to talk about the greatness of New Orleans, the fact that I raised my 3 children in this city in the same neighborhood, my 3 college graduates who are moving on to graduate school, who went away like me for Hurricane Katrina and came back to the city because we love the city and we love the opportunity to help continue to rebuild. I am very upbeat about our city because we have so much to offer, and many cities would have had quite a challenge coming back after the devastation caused by Hurricane Katrina. And throughout my district, I see pockets that suggest that we have so much more to do, but I do have the opportunity today to celebrate the greatness of our city, what we've done to rebuild this city, what we continue to do to make it a better city. We're moving in the right direction in many, many respects. And maybe one of the reasons that we're moving in the right direction is because we've experienced the challenges of Hurricane Katrina, but have seen how much we can do together, as was mentioned previously, to make our city better. So on this day, it is a day of commemoration. It's a time of commemoration. It was 20 years ago that our entire city, for the most part, was flooded. Like a high percentage was flooded and people were relocated. But so many people in this room, so many people in our city, so many people in our district were relocated for a long period of time, a year, Mayor Cantrell, in certain cities where they hadn't been before. But they chose to come back. And as has been said many times, we are here and we are here to stay. We need to emphasize as a city as much as we can the strengths that we have, the power to rebuild, the power of togetherness, the things that we have done that are very positive that many cities envy us for. If we spoke about ourselves as other people do, man, we would feel good every day about New Orleans. We would feel good that we are a special city. And so I encourage us to recognize and find wherever you can the positive, the good that is in the city of New Orleans. Because once again, I'm not going anywhere. I enjoy this city, and I want you all to enjoy it as I do. So as we commemorate, yes, that was a challenge 20 years ago. People lost their lives. Lives were torn asunder. They were destroyed in some respects. But here we stand 20 years later in a city that is continuing to move in the right direction. And to members of the city council and to our mayor, to our elected officials and to the commission and everyone who's here, thank you for this unexpected opportunity for me to say what I do, what I say wherever I go. I love the city of New Orleans in the midst of its challenges, and I want you to feel the same way that I feel about the city, especially as we commemorate this, our tremendous response to an incredible tragedy. We are moving in the right direction of a city. As a city, we have a lot to be responsible. Thank you for this opportunity, and let us continue to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Green. We'll now have comments from Councilmember Oliver Thomas.
First, I want to thank God for this opportunity, this gathering. This is a wonderful commemorative event. I think the event is worthy of all the souls and all the people who won't be recognized, haven't been recognized, as well as the people who are beneficiaries of their efforts. I've consistently said, everyone talked about the 29th. Katrina, for those of us who were here every day, and maybe I was called up maybe to represent some of the forgotten ones who dove off the side of the interstate, the young men that will never be recognized. Because on the 29th, when we pulled up to Desire and Almanaster exit, there were a group of senior citizens who were stranded. Mike Roussel had to go get a boat. He had to go get a boat to go to their apartment complex to bring them to the edge of the interstate. And there were young men and people there who were actually stranded themselves, but still got in the water to shepherd them to the middle of the interstate so many of them could be brought back to the dome. Wilbur Theodore, retired officer. There was an Hispanic couple in the middle of the interstate that she was 13 months pregnant. That's how pregnant she was. They could not speak English. They were driving through from Texas to Florida, couldn't really understand anything about what was going on, and they were trapped between 20 feet, 15 feet of water here, tankers that, if you were here, you saw the might of Katrina. There were rail cars that were taken off of the rail, off of the tracks, and placed and blocking the interstate. Wilbur Theodore, if you ever see this, man, thank you for bringing them to the dome where she probably had her baby or in some emergency facility. Mike Roussel, who went to get his own boat. And as we shepherd around this community, Ms. Rose, there was another way out. So you had to figure out a way out every day because you didn't know who was friend or foe. A lot of the military here would be really kind of harrowing situation because if they didn't know who you were, they would pull up on you with infrared and weapons drawn, and you would have to explain who you were. So there was a back way, back towards the river, back towards the Leak, to Jefferson Avenue, to Jefferson Parish, where you would, every day, you would get on the boat, and then you, after search and rescue was done, you would take that back way out. But if you were trapped here too late, then you didn't understand, if they didn't understand or know who you were. Shout out to the young man from Kentucky and Tennessee. I forgot their names. They were with Tennessee and Kentucky Wildlife and Fisheries. They were here to help. Every day when we launched from Willow and Napoleon, we had to, it was me and Wayne Washington, we had to calm them down because they were believing some of the stories that were so extreme about some of the stuff that really wasn't going on. So usually when they got on the boat, in the first few days, they got on the boat with their fingers on their triggers. And then we say, hey man, the only thing you need to be afraid of is nothing here. We're here to help people every day. And then I'll never forget those two young men, and I wish I knew their names. The Johnsons on General Pershing. Mr. Johnson was 89, his wife was 82. He had had heart surgery 2 months before Katrina. They didn't leave. So we were trying to figure out a way, and for folk who, I'm trying to give you guys an understanding of really what it was like, right? There was an unaccounted list of people that were looking for loved ones. And they would call in to folk who were going out every day, and they would say, can you go find so-and-so? So now, it was important to have Wayne and Wilbert, and sometimes Roy Glapion would be with us, and Collis Temple, and Chuck Bernard. And it was important because we didn't need street signs to know where we were. It's like when you grow up in your neighborhood, right? You don't need the address, you know where it is. So the Johnsons, Mr. Johnson and Miss Johnson, their efforts, and this is so good that this is the 30th, because Katrina was the 29th, the 30th, 31st, the 1st, the 2nd, the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th, the now. So Mr. Johnson and Miss Johnson, well, their best effort to save themselves when those two young men broke in the door, Chief, they were trying to get in the attic. Do you know what would have happened if those two elderly people would have gotten into the attic? Every house, every place where we found or saw people in the attic, they usually weren't alive. So I don't know their names, but I know hopefully on this day, the folk who maybe we don't know or can't recognize, the people with the untold stories, at least some of us told.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas. Before we fully open the summit to the many panels and cultural performances and installations that will be available today, we want to also acknowledge our Katrina 20 commissioners, as well as our Katrina 20 steering committee. So if you are in the room, please could you simply just raise your hand and be recognized, all our commissioners and our different folks who are steering committee. Thank you all so much. Please take a moment while you're here to visit the many art installations throughout the space. On this floor, you'll find K-20 Commissioner Brandon B. Mike Odoms has an installation on the patio, as well as his Eternal Seeds Youth Initiative. They have an installation that's right outside the door. On the third floor, you'll find an extremely thoughtful installation by one of our panelists today, Paris Saint-Cyr, who works with the Arts Council. You'll see an oyster shell installation, right? And you're able to write your message for New Orleans on the oyster shells. And then those shells will go to restore the wetlands. And then we also have New School New Orleans on the third floor. They have an exciting exhibition that tells the tale of education from then to now. And finally, we also want to, of course, say a special thank you to all our funding partners. Hey, sponsors. the W.K. Kellogg Foundation, Walmart, New Orleans Tourism and Cultural Foundation, Delta Utilities, New Orleans Jazz and Heritage Foundation, United Way of Southeast Louisiana, Ochsner Health, J.P. Morgan Chase Civics, United Healthcare, Veolia, and Entergy. Please give it up for all our folks who gave a little something so that we could be all here today. So we're going to take a short break, and we're going to come back with a special guest. Again, thank you for joining us for our opening session, and we encourage you to stay tuned as we make magic happen and get ready for our first session. Thank you so much. We're going to slight break, and we'll be back. Like 10 minutes.
Programming will begin in about 5 minutes. Programming will begin in about 5 minutes. So you can start making your way back to the main ballroom, finding a seat. Programming will begin in about 5 minutes. Thank you. will begin in about 3 minutes. Please start making your way to your seats. Programming will begin in about 3 minutes. Please start making your way back to your seats. Thank you. Programming will begin in 1 minute. Programming will begin in 1 minute. Make your way to your seats, please. Programming will begin in 1 minute. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, family, we are gathering back. We're going to flip? Oh, we're going to flip as well. So while they're flipping, how'd y'all enjoy the food? Is it good? I didn't get an ounce of food. Can you save me or something, please? Thank you. Looking at you, ma'am. You right there, ma'am. Some grapes? Thank you, ma'am. Not you, behind you, yeah. You don't have no food? She was like, well, I'm going to save you. Do y'all need me to help? Listen, I work out on Tuesdays. So not today. I'm sorry. Not today. Wrong day. Wrong day. Again, we thank y'all so much. We are making some adjustments to the schedule as we need to. What's that? Only on Tuesdays. I'll help with this one. Watch out. Yeah. Give me that, E. All right. Boom. These some nice chairs. I like that. Is that taupe, beige? What color is the taupe? Taupe? No. No. Taupe. That's not enough space. Just leave that one on the floor. Yeah. All right. Thank you. Y'all clap for those folks that did that very quickly. That was seamless and smooth. Professionals. Been here. We spared no expense at Gallia Hall. Welcome to Gallia Hall as well. How many folks, raise your hand if you've been here before? This 180-something-year-old space. This was the first City Hall. We appreciate y'all loving this building and loving on this building. It is a national treasure. We thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Mayor, for deciding to have this right here in our space. I'm going to bring up a person who really needs no introduction. And really, an introduction can't do him any justice. He is a man who embodies the true essence of leadership and service. His path to becoming one of the most respected figures in the U.S. military is a testament to his unwavering commitment to duty and his profound sense of responsibility. He was our shepherd in our most vulnerable of moments, leading with compassion, integrity, and an unrelenting dedication. General Honoré is a mentor, a teacher, and a fierce advocate for those who need it most. His post-retirement work in disaster preparedness, leadership training, and national security continues to inspire, reminding us all the importance of community and compassion. Family, please give your love and attention to General Russell Honoré.
Thank you, thank you. For a minute there, I was wondering who the hell he was talking about. I get some light on the subject here. It's good to be here with you. It's always great to be in my most favorite city in the world, New Orleans. And it's good to be on time. And this morning, as I looked at my schedule this morning about 7 o'clock, I saw I had an 8:30 appointment to be here, and that didn't work out well with me and my EA, because I had it locked in for a panel this afternoon. And then Camille didn't call me and remind me. So here I am. Along the way, I got interrupted in my departure to do a media hit with Newsmax. And they're not a flavor that I normally watch, but when they call, I try to hit them, because we need everybody to understand that we need a functioning government for all the people, and we need to hold on to FEMA. We want to fix it, not destroy it. And we want to fix recovery, because recovery is a living hell. if you've gone through the process, you know that recovery is a living hell, and that need to be fixed. So I'm not necessarily talking bad about the government, but the government is supposed to be working for the people. And in many cases, some of the process and procedures they put in, the recovery wasn't equitable. Even going after Katrina and some of the changes that were made, I went to the Ninth Ward, Lower Ninth Ward, a couple days ago to do an interview, and I was disheartened. I was disheartened by what I saw, because I think the things that left that community in the status that it is today was that in the early recovery rules, it was not equitable. It wasn't right. And we still got some work to do there, because that could be a place for affordable housing. It could be a place where the community could be rebuilt. I went there when I was 12 years old. I was born and raised in the country in a place called Point Capee Parish, up along the Mississippi River, about 125 miles from here. And I came to the city to spend some time at my aunt's house. There's a couple of things I remember. They used to go park in front of Mule's and go in and drink beer, and we'd sit in the car. And then bring a Coke and some peanuts out every couple hours. And the other thing I remember is going in the 7th and the 9th Ward, and the 9th Ward was a working class, middle class neighborhood. People had jobs. I had an uncle, he worked at the port, he was a longshoreman. He'd buy a car every few years, he'd buy a new suit every year for Christmas. Then what happened? They modernized the port. It went from longshoremen working there with union wages to mechanizing it, where you can make containers, and we got a whole generation of people that lost their jobs. There were restaurants, there were stores, there was commerce, a self-sustained neighborhood in the 9th Ward. And I was impressed. And some of them worked in the shipbuilding business. There were fitters and welders, and made a good living. And of course, there was a good sprinkling of carpenters and bricklayers that helped build this city in the 7th and the 9th Ward. But the economy changed, and somebody decided we could build a ship cheaper in South Korea. So we lost those jobs. So we went, by the time Katrina hit, as I went through the 9th Ward after it was dewatered and got eyes on the status it had gotten to in terms of abandoned houses and properties, I noticed a lot of them had fallen in disrepair. But there were still people living there. But it lost its economy, and the city itself made a strategic decision to become a tourist destination, which it always was, kinda, but we went from a port-inspired economy to a tourist-inspired economy. And one of the observations is, over the years from my time coming here, was that the tourist-based jobs don't pay like union port jobs. And many people in the tourist-based economy, they hold two jobs, and they rely on Medicaid, and they rely on public assistance for housing. It just did not replace those key jobs that were driven by the port, because the port is primarily a mechanized operation. So it wasn't the people's fault in the 9th Ward. What happened, and then when that barge hit that wall, it was the first to flood. So I feel that we've had a great recovery in many ways, but a general observation is that the rich got richer and the poor got poorer. When we went for several years giving $90 a square foot in the Ninth Ward and $165 a square foot on magazine. And those were good people making that decision. They go to church every Sunday. And they build monuments to them and give them damn street names. And this happened in plain-eyed. And when the government changed over, I raised my voice to that, and it took a legal action to get that change. Like a plywood that you buy to go in the Ninth Ward doesn't cost the same as the plywood you buy to put on Magazine Street. And a lot of recovery was great. We got more hotel rooms after the storm than we had before. We got more restaurants after the storm because of economic development. But the bottom line is the poor got poor and the rich got richer. And it took legal actions to say if you're living in an ancestral home, wherever you are, if you could show you were living there, you were eligible for FEMA assistance. But that came out of a Katrina lesson learned that we have to get that fixed. And it took that long. In the meantime, a lot of people lost their ancestral home. And you can go into Ninth Ward now, Lower Ninth Ward, and I'm still trying to figure out what's going on there because there's people with nice homes in there. There's some with experimental homes. They need to be cared for. And then there's like 2 blocks of jungle. We need to figure out what we're going to do with that. And I know everybody's struggling hard. I mean, we've gone through a lot of stuff here with repetitive hurricanes, with COVID. Been a lot of challenges up and down the economy, a lot of struggles. This year, a terrorist attack, then the world watching New Orleans with a lady coming down to sing. And then the Superdome, I mean, that was a lot of Super Bowl. That was a lot of big things in this city. And, but I'm proud to be here, but there's always work to do. Every generation got something to do. And the next generation of young folks coming up, we got to figure out how we are going to continue to maintain the viability of this city because we got to be prepared. In closing, just so you know, in closing, we got to be prepared to evacuate. Now, I know all of you are thinking about the great evacuation plan the city has. The mayor and the team has put it together, and the first responders in the state. But the preparedness for evacuation I'm talking about starts with the person that you look at in the mirror in the morning with you. And that is, you have to be prepared. My observation from looking at the body bags from Katrina and who went in them was the elderly, the disabled, and poor. In some cases, they were all three. And I say to myself, that was somebody's neighbor. That was somebody's aunt. That was somebody's co-worker who they worked with for 30 years that they would talk to once a week. Because the people that could walk and talk and run, they either got on the high ground, they got on their roof, they made it to the Superdome, or they made it to the convention center. Or they got in their car at the last minute and boogied out for Baton Rouge. They did something. The people in the body bags were elderly, disabled, and poor. The evacuation plan I'm talking about is for all of you to go back to your homes, organize your street, figure out who don't have a ride, and figure out who's going to give them a ride. Are y'all with me on that? We ought to be a model city for that. Because I think about those body bags and those poor souls. And many would say, well, they got the same notice as everybody. Not everybody on the internet. Not everybody got cable TV. And a lot of these elderly people we talking about, they didn't want to leave. And the city did send people to pick some of them up, but they wouldn't leave because they weren't allowed to take their pet with them. We got to fix that. But you know what? The first law to pass after Katrina was the pet law. It wasn't anything else. That was the priority. Them people in the Senate, they went batshit about seeing them pets running around. They passed no damn laws about nothing else, but them dogs and cats, they had to be taken care of. Senate passed a law, pet law. If you run a shelter, you got to have a place for the pet. That's the law that passed after Katrina. That's some real weird. But anyhow, that got fixed. So you got to have a shelter, and you got to have a. But let's go back to the people we're talking about that are not here. The elderly and the disabled that didn't get evacuated. And what I'm talking about, organize your street, call them out, okay, get some jambalaya, make a gumbo, whatever it takes, get them underneath the tree. The ones that don't come out, go help them come out. And figure out who's going to take them out if there's an evacuation. Let's get that started in New Orleans, and the rest of the world will see it. Because I'm just telling you, as good as the evacuation plan and the buses and all that stuff the city and parish have organized, government ain't good enough to do this. Government cannot penetrate an elderly person who's afraid to leave their home, that might not have the confidence or the understanding to be able to do that. But you know, they trust you. Because you say, I'm going to make grocery, can I get something for you? And you got to trust with them. You got to trust with them. That is what it takes to get 100% evacuation. Because announcing it and sending it out on apps is aspirational. The people that can walk and talk, they'll make it somewhere. The ones with cars, they'll make it somewhere. It's the people that we put in the body bags. That's the people I'm talking about. We had an 80% evacuation, one of the best in the nation for any hurricane, 80%. As late as it might be, got an 80%. The people that didn't evacuate, many of them didn't have the means to evacuate. They didn't have a car, or they didn't have the funds. It's the 29th of the month. But the government don't learn. We had a storm a few years later on the same date as Katrina. I said, hey, pay the people on subsistence 48 hours early. We see the storm coming. Pay them early. Put the money in the account. Well, we don't have the authorization to do that. Then Hurricane Maria hit Puerto Rico. I said, send cash in. What do you mean, General? I said, the banks are closed, they need cash. People need access, they need cash. The banks are destroyed. And it was during the Trump first administration. This young guy, I had known him from Katrina, had been in the Bush administration. Trust me, 28% of that population live on Social Security. They cash, their money go to the bank. The banks and the ATMs are closed. You need to put cash in there so they can get their money. And then listen, I arrived in Puerto Rico 3 days after the storm and took a picture of 2 FedEx planes coming in with bundles of cash. So sometimes the government does listen. But again, let's get back to what we want to do in closing, is to get to a perfect evacuation. As I have trust in our flood protection system, and we're in better shape, but it's built for what they call a Category 3, which doesn't necessarily translate into the amount of surge we're going to get. And you need to learn that word, surge. The people come here got to learn a lot of your words. We got to learn that term surge because the water comes in and it can overtop the levees. Mother Nature can break anything built by man. Your grandmama taught you that. You can build a 21-foot levee and a 25-foot surge come in. You got that figured out. You can flood again. So when the mayor and the leadership said it's time to evacuate, evacuate. Because there are very few safe places in this town. And I know you got your old uncle who comes around at Thanksgiving and will tell you, it's just a category 2. I ain't leaving for that. I'm going to stay here and watch my shit. I ain't leaving. And I'm locked and loaded, baby. Go get him. Make him think you're going to do groceries. And get him on the causeway. We want him around next Thanksgiving. Well, folks, as you can tell, I can talk about this topic a long time. I'm not telling you anything you don't know. I'm just reminding you. Be prepared to evacuate. The city could flood again. The city could flood again. It's just something we got to learn to live with, to live in the perfect place. And then everybody can do this. If you can't handle it, move to Hammond. But if you can handle it and you can live and grow and feel safe here, do it. But we had an uneven recovery. And in the next generation, y'all got to fix that. We got to fix that. But that too can change, right? We can level it up. The city has survived. There was a time when the majority of our ancestors had joy on Sunday afternoon so they can go play music in Congo Square. And we survived that shit. We can do this. God bless America. God bless New Orleans.
Yes. Y'all give it up for General Russell Honore. Thank you so much, General. So this is a moment of the program when I get to pass the baton to someone who is much more qualified and a lot better to look at. Camille Whitworth is, of course, award-winning journalist, broadcaster, entrepreneur. She does it. She'll pressure wash your house. No, I'm playing. All right. No. She does it all and she does it well. And I'm going to pass this mic so that we can have a nice transition to something better than me. Family, give it up for Camille Whitworth.
Della House, thank you. Just real quick, you guys. General, we just want to thank you for your fierce leadership and to remind us, everybody, to not get stuck on stupid. You remember that? It's something we will never forget. And your other famous line, what was it? Put the damn guns down. Put the guns down. We thank you. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Camille Whitworth. During Katrina, I worked at a TV station here, which will remain nameless. But it was the most important work of my life. I had to escape the hospital that I was stationed at to go to Baton Rouge to put families back together. If you remember, everybody went to Baton Rouge. I was at the River Center. People were asking me to help connect with their aunts, their loved ones that they could no longer find. So for me, it was the most important work of my life. And here we are 20 years later, and I realize that we are traumatized. When we talk to people, what we find is that check. Are we good? So we're here, and I'm so honored to be your moderator this afternoon. The panelists that we have today, Mayor LaToya Cantrell, Round of applause. She made history as New Orleans' first female mayor in its 300-year history. Has done many things along the way, but after that historic victory, Mayor Cantrell was inaugurated to a second term in 2022, and her passion for the city of Yes and her dedication to the residents remains stronger than ever. Are we coming up to the stage as I introduce you? Come on up, Mayor. Cindy Wynn. After Hurricane Katrina, Cindy Wynn emerged as a steadfast leader in the recovery and rebuilding of New Orleans East. Through her leadership with the Viet, she organized volunteer efforts, coordinated donations, and partnered with local, state, and federal agencies. Ladies and gentlemen, Cindy Wynn. Marguerite Doyle Johnson, known as what? The mayor of Desire Street. Marguerite Doyle Johnson has spent decades fighting for the Upper Ninth Ward, from securing multi-million-dollar community centers to advocating for housing, technology access, and of course, youth programs. Timbaland Sams. Timbaland, a civic leader and strategist who's built partnerships across government, nonprofits, and neighborhoods. A former executive director of the Neighborhoods Partnership Network, she's led initiatives in civic engagement, reentry, and community development. And our final panelist, Dr. Esteban Gershanik. Come on up, Doc. Dr. Gershanik is a physician, triple board certified in internal medicine, pediatrics, and a gymnast on the side, I'm not sure. Thank you, Dr. Gershanik. You helped establish clinics and restore care for displaced residents, and later served as the Chief Information Officer and Deputy Chief Medical Officer for the Louisiana Department of Health. Welcome to our panelists. Okay, just a side note, you guys, if you have questions, we encourage you to write them down on your note card, if you've gotten a note card, because what we're going to do is take some questions at the end, and our team will be walking around to collect those cards, okay? Let's get started. Let's have a discussion. We're going to have a fireside chat, if you will. Mayor Cantrell, we're going to start with you. You've connected the community. You've been connecting with the community long before your time in City Hall. We all know that. From your vantage point, Mayor, what role did residents play in shaping New Orleans after Hurricane Katrina?
Okay, well, good afternoon once again, and thank you all for being here. I believe that the residents plan for themselves. In the Broadmoor community, you know, we were one of the 7 that was recommended not to return. We woke up and we saw January 11th, the green dots everywhere. I got a call from Miss Virginia Saucy in Broadmoor saying, hey, Broadmoor lives, we have to do something, and we began to organize ourselves. But what we found as we were organizing ourselves, that we were also examples of that for the rest of the city. So giving hope where it mattered the most, and that was neighbors helping neighbors. We recognized that we were our first responders, and that we wanted to rebuild, but we wanted to be better than before, and we wanted to be intentional about how we planned. And it was that community of Broadmoor that planned for itself, but that plan was embedded in every single planning process that we went through as a city and even as a state. But it truly led the city of New Orleans in grassroots recovery, because residents all around the city said, you know what? We're the world's greatest experts on where we live. Remember that, Hal? Yeah.
When you look back on it and you talk about the challenges and the progress, in your memory, what was the moment where you said, aha, we're gonna make it. We're gonna get through this? Was there a moment?
For me?
For you.
Oh, well.
In the community.
Well, many things, but I would just say, I remember walking along Octavia Street in Broadmoor. And Broadmoor for me was that example that the strong need the weak needs the strong. And so you needed the folks who were really struggling to rebuild, didn't have the resources to rebuild. And then you also needed the folks in the neighborhood that had those resources. And when they put their investment back into their home, they could actually do the landscaping outside. So on a block on Octavia, and I'm like, wow, Homes were rebuilt, landscaping done, resembling the hope that we all needed, but that example that we can get there and we can get there together. I have so many different examples, but I felt, wow, we're bringing people along. Because when you're doing it, you don't know. You believe it. You're wanting to be positive. We didn't take the burn down City Hall approach, you know, but when you start seeing it come together, that was one of my examples on Octavia.
And looking forward, Mayor, what lessons from Katrina do you think should guide how we prepare, how we invest, how we care for our neighborhoods, let's say for the next 20 years?
Well, there's so many lessons, but I will kind of take what General Honore said, because it all goes back to community. We are our first responders, and so we do have to look out for one another. And if I think 20 years later to where we are now, one of the things that I miss the most is that sense of community and connectedness that we felt rebuilding on the ground in neighborhoods. And so I think it's understanding who your neighbors are, understanding that we have to learn to live with water. We've demonstrated that we can do that. We know that we don't have the 48 hours any longer. They're coming 12 hours. So you don't even have the time to even issue an evacuation pre-storm. What we've learned after 20 years, it's now in that post-storm evacuation. And so it's just knowing your neighbors, knowing your built environment, taking it serious, and collectively, we're stronger together.
All right, thank you very much. We've heard about Broadmoor, but of course, every neighborhood had challenges and carried its own story of resilience. So now I'm going to ask my other panelists about their experiences. Cindy Wynn, let's start with you. New Orleans East, you worked with immigrant, displaced families at that time that were often invisible in the recovery. Let's talk about that time and what was the most effective thing that you did in lifting those voices.
Sure, thank you so much for that question, Camille, and good afternoon to everybody. So great to see so many people here being engaged in this process. So as I reflect on this, so I live in Mission area where predominantly Vietnamese American, and then at that time, I don't know if you guys realize, the Vietnamese community have only arrived to America for 30 years. And so for some of you guys may think that, well, 30 years, that's a long time, but it really wasn't a long time for us because my parents had to learn how to speak the language, learn the culture, American society. So when Katrina hit, it was a no-brainer for us. It was like, well, where are we gonna go? This is our home. New Orleans embraced our family. And so for us was demonstration. That's how we elevated the voice for everybody. And for the Mission area, it was just not just Vietnamese American, it was African American people living there, Hispanic. I remember Sean and I actually came home October of 2005. Mayor started rebuilding our home. And through demonstration, Camille, showing people like, hey, we can do this together. We started getting national churches to bring in buckets because we remembered that Home Depot wasn't open in the East. It was pitch dark. And so we started bringing resources in 2005, started rebuilding the community. And then we also saw that people were coming home because they saw that we were doing, and we lift each other, as Mayor has indicated, we lift each other by demonstrating. And I remember the time when people was like, well, Cindy, I don't know how to go through the FEMA process. And so I'm like, wait, you just call 1-800 number. And we all know that it is a very complicated process, right? And so guess what I did? I ended up getting a job at FEMA. I became the community outreach worker and getting inside, because I believe that if you want to know the inside, you get inside with them, you join them and learn it. So I did that for a year. And then the Road Home program came about. That is going to be the program that's going to help families to rebuild. So guess what I did? I went and got a job at Road Home because I knew that the families, not just in the Mission area, in Orleans Parish, was going to be impacted by this, by having somebody in the community that's going to help you maneuver through the complex of the program. And so I ended up working there for 2.5 years, helping thousands of families. So I truly believe, and my parents have always taught me, that you got to show action. Don't talk about it, Cindy Wynn. Don't be just lip service. Show action and make sure that you're helping everybody in the community. And that's how we elevated the voice for all the families in Eastern New Orleans.
You got in the ring. Thank you. Okay, Mayor of Desire Street, Miss Johnston. You've been busy, young lady.
Oh, yes.
You've been busy. So what did it take for you to rally the neighborhood, to sustain the momentum in the Desire, Florida neighborhood?
So first of all, what we had to do was learn more. So I was rallying the troops, you know, way before we were able to come home. I would go to Broadmoor to speak with Mayor Cantrell, and she taught me some things that I should be doing. But the most thing I remember she said, never give up on your community. And still to the day, it's funny. When I want something, I'll tell her, remember you told me never to forget? I'm not giving up. So, you know, with my community, we was a close-knit community. I live in the Desire, Florida community area. You don't hear anything about the upper Ninth Ward, but we got hit just as worse as the lower Ninth Ward. Seemed like we were the community that CARE forgot. So everything we had to get, we had to fight for. What I did was I became friends with all the politicians, right? I started my own business, becoming a consultant to some of them, and that opened up the door for my community. I got a trailer. FEMA didn't give us these little bitty trailers. We had the house trailers. So when FEMA started to come with the house trailers, my house was an office because they had men who had dump trucks and they didn't know how to get a job, you know, with moving stuff. So what we did was my home became an office. If you didn't have your license, you wasn't DBE certified, come on over to my house. We had everything. We had a fax machine. So once the people seen that my house was the place to be, everybody was like, well, I know the mayor was gonna have that, so now here's the mayor helping everybody. Not only did we help here in New Orleans, but we were located in the Paragon Casino. Patti LaBelle put us there. And once we got there, I asked the managers, can I set up in an area and show them how to bring the Red Cross there, and so that they could make money and so that we could be a shelter. Everything happened. I had an office, I had people standing outside. There was nobody being paid. People was calling me from everywhere, right? And so when my community members heard that I was coming back to New Orleans, they decided, well, we're going back too. We used to cook. My brother, y'all probably know about the Wing Shack that's on Claiborne in New Orleans. He would bring out, he would bring out his barbecue pit. We would cook for people. We fed people. Even when Habitat for Humanity came to the community, Habitat for Humanity used to come early in the morning, right? And they would fill up these water buckets for people who volunteer to drink out of it. Well, if the water was green coming out of my faucet, well, we can't do that. I went around begging Lowe's, Home Depot, when Dixie was open. My house then turned into a storage for water. They had toilets out there. We from New Orleans. Y'all can't use them porta potties. I would lock them and make people come in my house and use the bathroom because we are family. Before Katrina happened, we used to give parties, block parties in our community. And our community is an old community where there's nothing but senior citizens. So we would make them sign their name, their phone number, their address, because you know everybody had house phones during that time. Yeah. Nobody really had a cell phone. So that in the event something happened, we knew where they were at. 5th District told me if I break in Lockett School one more time, I was going to jail. So we were moving people from in the community to Lockett School, in the community to a building that should have been a community center in our community. This is where all your jazz greats got their start at, which was the old Club Desire. Camille know about that because we done been outside many nights doing news reports on it, right?
You put me on blast? What are we doing here? Stick to the script, Mayor, stick to the script.
So with that, my community just started coming back. Like I said, we was the community that CARE seemed to have forgotten. The only person that took us serious, the only person was LaToya, Mayor LaToya Cantrell. We were trying to do something to show the community that, hey, look, we back. We've been begging for this community center. One of her staff members came and he told us about the community center. We used to have people come out, but by them being old, they don't like coming out at nighttime. Guess what? We got that community center. $4.5 million community center, and we've been building ever since. We're getting more and more our senior citizens back, and more things are going on for us. So yeah, that's what we did to bring everybody back.
You did the thing, thank you. Timbaland Sams, you have built civic networks across neighborhoods. Let's talk about the dangers that communities face when there is no recovery planning.
So good afternoon. It's so good to see so many great faces I haven't seen in 20 years, it seems like. The dangers. So you've heard like each of the neighborhood leaders talk about their recovery efforts and what they experience trying to help their neighborhoods return. When there is no, I guess you would say, first responders to respond to the needs, you start seeing what we're seeing now, right? You see these gaps. In New Orleans neighborhoods are cultural enclaves. You heard Ms. Doyle talk about like the family, the close-knit. That was the neighborhoods. And when we didn't have those types of connection, the social fabric, it was a hole that was broken into. We started seeing things fall through the crack. We started seeing neighborhoods that did not have the connections that they needed to have. They didn't have a LaToya. They didn't have a Cindy. They didn't have a Marguerite. And so they were left in the dark. The role that NPN played, which was Neighborhoods Partnership Network, was trying to be the intermediary to fill those holes. I'll give you an example. New Orleans East. New Orleans East is vast, it's huge. But I always like to break the East up into like 3 sections. The beginning section, which was the Malia neighborhood, the Rosedale, close to Downman, they didn't have what I would call the neighborhood superstar at the time. And they felt lost. We came in to pick them up as a neighborhood intermediary and say, you can do this. We introduced them to different neighborhood leaders and said, you can follow their lead. Those are the dangers that happen when they don't have any kind of connection, when they don't have political connections or family relatives that actually could do some of the things that these people talked about that's the danger we have.
Very much. And Dr. Gershanik, were you one of the first physicians to come back?
Yeah.
You were? Were you the first?
No, there's a handful. So first and foremost, I'll say that just to go to community first, the people who care for one another is one's community. So I just happen to be a doctor who's also a native of New Orleans. My parents immigrated here, and I think the essence of being a New Orleanian is one thing, because I think the greatest asset we have is a sense of community that we have. And so I came in on September 3rd, after everyone had already evacuated. We picked up, and it was interesting because our health department was departed, our State Department wasn't around, federally things were being designated, and the EMS people who were coming in were from around the country. They had no clue where they were going. So I was on the EMS unit the morning of the 3rd, and they didn't know where they were going. They didn't know how to get into New Orleans because we didn't have the information. And we picked up the last 7 people from the Causeway and brought them to the airport, where we were the busiest airport in the country. I was just watching video that I didn't look at for 20 years this morning, seeing that. And one of the things I think was also recognized at that time was the humility and the grace of the people of New Orleans. I saw people that were stuck in their homes for 4 or 5 days in 100-degree heat, 100% humidity, being touched down at the airport in a helicopter, only being allowed one thing of water and crackers, and being the most gracious out there. Wow. And then from a system standpoint, what they had told us to do, me and a handful of doctors, was, well, if someone's sick in the tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of people that were out there, you can only take one member of that family with another family member to bring them to triage. And so I still remember vividly a family of 4 who their 9-year-old got sick and passed out, and they were behind tens of thousands of people getting on those planes that were going everywhere around the country. So I gave a sort of false diagnosis to the 12-year-old sibling, because I'm not going to separate a family who's amongst tens of thousands of people being directed around the country without knowing where the planes were going and everything else. And so I say those things because as a doctor, I have the privilege and honor to provide care. But more important is, as a New Orleanian and a member of the community, I know my members of my community, and I get to trust them, listen to them, and communicate with them in a way that can say, oh yeah, by the way, my auntie is over in that area. Make sure when y'all go out there. So after that first day, what did these EMS people from New York tell me? We need to get you an ambulance. So the next day, that's when I came into town, because at that time, don't forget, there was no hospitals in New Orleans. The only hospitals open were West Jeff, East Jeff, and Oshner. And there were many people that were still in the community needing help. And there was people that were now in New Orleans that were never here before, because we did have a new influx of different immigrants in the there to provide them whatever additional resources they had. And I'll tell you, one of the amazing things with a lot of the doctors in the community is there used to be an HIV/AIDS infectious disease clinic at Charity. And LSU and Tulane would work together there. And there's a couple of folks who were in Baton Rouge, and they knew their patients so well that they would be in Baton Rouge, figure out where their patients were, bring all their medications to their patients, and then go back to Baton Rouge every day. And so there's millions of stories like that that are untold. I don't know why I'm on stage today, because I just feel humbled to be up here. But I just want to also represent the unsung heroes that are throughout the community that were endlessly doing what they could do for their community and helping each other out.
Yeah. Well, and that's why we're here. It was a community effort. It was a community effort, and you included. So we're happy to have you here. I want to sort of have a open discussion, so pitch in or come in, chime in where you feel the need. But looking ahead, how do we ensure that the same spirit of community leadership continues as we move forward? Who knows what the future holds? But particularly as we face new challenges. We have new challenges like climate resilience, equity, creating safe, thriving neighborhoods. What do we do for the next generation? Let's talk about it.
I'll just say on the front end of it, and looking at Tim and understanding the role that the Neighborhood Partnership Network played, and me being a board member when it was formed. Yep, but NPN is what we call now the Office of Neighborhood Engagement. But it started at the grassroots community level that was then and has been embedded in city government. And what they do today is offer civic leadership engagement courses for the community. And it is remarkable to see the amount of residents that continuously show up and participate year after year, but learning how government works, learning how they can be an asset to their community at any given moment, whether it's a weather event or a crisis that we didn't know was coming our way. But I think that the work here, we can see how it's reflected in the work that's happening now that would help and should help shepherd the next 20 years. Build civic leaders. It doesn't happen without community and the people who live in neighborhoods. You gotta care.
And I think to Mayor's comment, Rosedale now we have Ms. Linda that is spearheading the work, and then in the low 9 we have buku of leaders that have stepped up and really getting trained. And so I feel very good, Camille, in reference to the preparation and the work that has been done in the city, particularly around vulnerable neighborhoods, right? Because those are the ones that get hurt the most. But appreciate the work, Timberland on NPP, because I remember that work and really helping mobilize more leaders in our community to step up, because it is not an easy task. Many times you kind of feel like you're up there by yourself, right? But we're not. And I feel really good sitting here amongst all my colleagues here, but knowing that more people in our community are being trained to really handle this work as we move forward.
Because we're 20 years older.
Yeah. Yeah.
You
Don't
know?
remind us.
Like,
Yeah.
give me my years back. You know? Because a lot of us haven't stopped.
Yeah.
But there has to come a time where you do pause and allow for new leaders to emerge. And I believe that we've played a significant role of growing new leaders, getting them on boards and commissions, getting them involved in other areas of government and in the community at the neighborhood level. And it has to continue. It doesn't stop. You don't reach there and say, oh, okay, I'm done. We have to make sure that we're paving a way for other leaders to step in and do the work.
It's been one foot in front of the other for 20 years.
Literally.
Yeah.
Well, all of this, what Timberland does, the city does, but we have to remember that everybody don't have transportation to get to City Hall or get to where Timberland and them are at. Oh, excuse me. Well, anyway, we need to start doing more involved things in the neighborhood. Like we got this nice $4.5 million community center that we could be having classes. We could have computer classes. We need to be knocking on each other's door and say, hey, let me grab your hand. Let's go to the community center, you know, because we need to put things in the community because everybody don't have transportation. I done fought so long and hard that now RTA is listening, but I have to text everybody with my phone that have a phone and say, hey, every bus stop now is an emergency bus stop. You just got to go to the bus stop and the bus will stop and pick you up. You know, we got to get information to the people. Everybody don't have cable like they said. Everybody don't have phones, or some of the seniors don't know how to use their phone. We, as the people, have to go to the community.
So one of the things that I consistently hear and think about is that we have historically looked at civic engagement or community engagement as a stop and start process. You sign up, you come to a meeting, you do this, you do that. When in actuality, engagement is a continuum. And people get involved at different places and at different times, right? And so in order for us to have this consistent continuum, we have to create that continuum to keep going. We have to create a space where young people will always be welcome to the table. We have to build the capacity of those persons who may not understand and may not know what to do, when to do it, how to show up and do it. We have to do that, and that's the gaps that we're closing. That's the dangers. When you talk about the dangers, that's the danger we have. When we don't have folks who can fill gaps, we're in trouble.
right? When we don't have folks that don't have capacity, we're in trouble. And the thing that saved a lot of neighborhoods was they had folk who knew how to do something. You fixed your house, but you know how to do landscaping. Get out there and do some landscaping. Or you have a contact at Home Depot. And so what intermediaries like MPN, and there's others that exist now. MPN doesn't exist in the same way it did 20 years ago. But there's other intermediaries who should be trying to pull folks together. New Orleans neighbors had never gone to the 9th Ward. I never forgot when I brought a group of folks from uptown to Miss You. They had lived in the city of New Orleans for 20 years and had never gone on the West Bank. We have to know the city of New Orleans and where the needs are in the city.
And to go to care, because historically, how is care provided to people? Come to the hospital. Well, if you can't get to the hospital, if you don't have the transportation, what was nice to see during Katrina was while the hospitals were gone, people were going to the community. So we had community health vans. The Children's Health Fund gave us 2 vans. And so we would ask the community, hey, where do we need to be? At what time? Because also some people have jobs, amazing enough. They can't come to 9 to 5 to the hospital. So how do you make sure that you also go to the community where they feel more trusted? Because sometimes also don't trust the hospital for good reasons sometimes. Sometimes you have to make sure that you listen to your community. And so we would go during post-Katrina and beyond. We've done clinics at churches. We've done clinics at different community residences just to make sure that you build and expand on that trust that you should have when you give care, so that you also listen to the community, and so that you build that broader sense of the community, because then everyone can sort of support each other. And so care, historically, you're going to the hospital. But what are the things that we learned post-Katrina that we've known forever? Not just that people need care at where they are, because elderly also can't get there. People with ableism issues can't get there. People without cars can't get there. Sometimes the transportation isn't the best. But the other thing that was also at that time more comprehensive was that you're not just treating a disease, you're treating the human. Right. So we made sure everywhere, we did this with our EMS folks early on, because they were seeing a lot of things out there. And it's traumatic. I'm here 20 years post-Katrina, and I'm getting some little PTSD about things that happened back then. So it wasn't just treating the disease, it's treating the food, the transportation, and the mental well-being of one another, where a lot of folks, you have to lean on the community, because the community is there for you, to have that resiliency. You're not gonna have someone from the outside come in and be like, oh, how you doing? You wanna have your neighbors being the ones there to support you in the way that you can communicate, in the language you can communicate, and the way that feels protected and safe.
And the children, that's a whole nother panel. That's a whole nother panel. Okay, questions from the audience, if you have them, raise them so that we can pick them up. While we do that, I'm just going to do a quick round robin with you guys, if you will. If you had one word or phrase to describe the spirit of the city 20 years later, what would it be and why? Dr. Gershanek.
Gumbo. Because there's so many of us in this community that are in this bowl of New Orleans, but we're together because of that roux that brings us together and connects us.
Madam Mayor?
I would say just courageous, not afraid to continue to keep going. In spite of any negative thoughts or expectations, you just have the courage, you keep going, and you demonstrate that you can get things done. And I think New Orleans has done that very well. 20 years later, and I'm hearing you talking about the health in terms of public health and community-centered. But when you think about all of the community health clinics now throughout the city of New Orleans, I know the one that we started in Broadmoor, Broad and Washington, still helping our people. And then you think about the city right now, every mother that gives birth to a baby, within that week, you go home, you have that registered nurse visiting that family in New Orleans today and stays with them for over 12 weeks. That's a big deal. You're in a city now where our people have passed a millage for early learning seats for 0 to 3, 20-year millage. That's huge. So I see progress.
So to add to the gumbo, determination.
Yes.
We were determined not to be green space. Right? And so we continue to work and stay focused on what we need to do despite the lack of resources in our community.
I would say, love where you live. I have a saying that I love where I live, the 9th Ward, and I live where I love, New Orleans. If we just put back that family that we used to have, we knew Sister so-and-so down the street. We knew everybody in the community. Let's learn. We just have to learn to love each other again.
It's true. My word is innovators. New Orleans, we have created the coffee shops that we need. We have created the medical facilities that we need. We've built the schools. We potted and filled in the streets when we needed to. Like, we are innovators. 20 years later, I am seeing new innovations that's coming from this city that has not existed before.
Some of the most creative minds live in this city. Okay, question from the audience. You guys can chime in as necessary. Do we have a solid community-based plan to rebuild after the next hurricane or pandemic? How often will or is that plan refreshed?
Yeah, so you're saying, so do we have a recovery plan in terms of after a hurricane? What we're working off of right now are shifting plans for evacuation so that we're getting our people and keeping them safe. And so like I mentioned earlier, we don't have the 68-hour, the 72. We've seen storms come our way that are tropical at hour 15 and then turn into a hurricane. So the focus, I know right now, has been primarily on where we need to be in terms of sheltering in place and in preparing for, and then executing a post-storm evacuation and making sure that all of the necessary resources are deployable and contracts are in place and where are our nursing homes, and we have all of those things in place. And the most important, I would say, are the communication tools that we did not have nor see 20 years ago. So I would say in a coordinated effort locally, as well as the state of Louisiana, and working, of course, with the United States, which is always a work in progress. But the city of New Orleans has demonstrated that we're definitely better off than we were 20 years ago and have worked our plans.
What do you all think the biggest challenge is to date? We've come a long way. Do we still have a long way to go?
Yes. Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely.
I think communication, as the mayor has brought up, is because not everyone is invested the same way, right? And so one of the things that we've tried several times is the block captain method. We've tried to navigate and utilize various public service communications. We have to create a consistency in the way that we're communicating messages and what people need to know versus what they want to know. Yeah, I think that we get stuck sometimes on, we talk about transparency in this way of just needing to know everything, but not everything is needed to be known. Sometimes we just need to get the information that is permanent to our communities in that area.
Well, and I think what's been very helpful too, and the public has said that the #1 trusted tool that the city of New Orleans utilizes is its NOLA Ready. And so it is a communication tool that the public truly does respond to and in real time with real information. And I know that that has set us up for success for the future because it all goes back to communication. And then, of course, after any type of tragedy in terms of recovery and plans, you have to look at the existing conditions of that time also and work with community to plan for itself. But I believe we have roadmaps in place. And let me tell you, you still have that Broadmoor plan being taught at the Kennedy School of Government relative to post-disaster recovery, and you have to work the plan.
And I was going to say, in addition to communication and collaboration, one of the things that one of my colleagues used to say around innovation is getting different people around the table to look at the problems with different lenses, because that's true innovation. The more people we have looking at the potential obstacles is how we can sort of get the answer together and collaborate and communicate in a way, pushing forward.
And just on that note, so we saw after Ida where a number of our senior citizens passed away, and because we didn't know that they were at the apartment. And so I remember serving on the city council, we passed an ordinance requesting that the senior apartment provide the city a list of individuals that will be staying at the apartment or they're leaving. And as there's a plan, but we also need people to follow and assist the city to make sure they provide that information so we'll know who is staying back and who has left. Because I remember after Ida, we had a few residents that passed away in District E, and it was heartbreaking to find out that they were there and we had no idea. And so even though the city has a plan, but we as citizens also got to make sure that we're responding to that plan and working with the city on it as well.
And one other thing that I found that we need to do, we need to work with churches more. Because you have to remember that in every church that you go to, they have announcements. And they can reach the community quicker than we can. Because before Hurricane Katrina, the first thing people used to do was, when they're having a problem, where would they go? To the church. You know, we have to work closer with the church. I can tell you there's 37 churches in my community. And in them 37 churches, I know every minister, I know every service. We have to be more involved. Even when people seem that they don't want you involved, we have to be more involved with people these days.
Compassion. Yes. Yeah. And then you talk about churches, and one of the things I think that we should all be mindful of in terms of preparing is knowing now that we have our lighthouses, which are churches in key areas in the community throughout the city that will be that light of resource and hope to our residents post-storm. And that's happening right now.
Can the lighthouse come to the night wall?
Yes.
Okay, well, connect me to them because I've been trying to get them. They ignores me.
There she goes.
They don't know who they're dealing with.
Yes. Where's Pastor Manning? Yeah.
No, Pastor Manning is up in Broadmoor.
Okay.
I say the night wall.
I know. Pastor Manning spearheaded lighthouses with the faith community in New Orleans. So we're going to do that.
Well, y'all come on down to the upper night wall.
Keep working.
Y'all always looking over us. Come on.
Okay, we're gonna wrap this thing up.
Let's talk about it.
We're gonna rein it in. Okay, Marguerite, that's community right there.
Right.
Okay, Mayor Cantrell, we're gonna ask you to have the closing words for us. If you could leave, we're talking about I mentioned the children, and the Katrina babies are now 20, 21 years old. We're talking about future generations. What can they do? How do they get involved? How do we teach them to be equipped and give them the resources they need? If you could leave a lesson for the next generation about community-led recovery, what do you say?
The biggest lesson is that it really does start with you. You have to be engaged. Civic engagement starts early. Started for me as a child. It's one of the hallmarks, I think, as I focus on just in this space as mayor, the Mayor's Youth Advisory Council, the Junior Civic Leadership Academy, those things where our young people now can understand and get a better understanding of how government works and how they can respond to the needs in their community. It all goes back to community and how you see yourself in it, period. And the best elected position, I mean, in terms of, it's been as a neighborhood leader. It doesn't stop. You know, and even as I look at in the next 119 days of serving as mayor, I'm also looking at how I segue right back into community. It doesn't stop. It keeps going. And I'm looking at my babies right now who are here, yeah.
How is our healthcare system 20 years later? How do you grade it for the community?
I see Dr. Davis recording me right now, so I'm not going to say anything. No, everything is a work in progress. One of the things that I'm happy to see is how the different hospital systems are now more engaged with our community organizations, our institutions, and also in the schools. Whether it's Oster collaborating with Xavier, or whether it's LCMC and Children's collaborating with Thrive Kids in the school system. The one thing that I like that I see is that breaking down the historic silos of healthcare systems and recognizing the more comprehensive care, where you have to understand what's going on in the schools, what's going on in your communities, and what's going on in the institutions to collaborate with.
You didn't answer the question, but okay. No, I'm just joking. I'm joking. I wanted you to give it a grade, but I get it. Okay, I do have one last question, you guys, okay? I'm encouraged by the education and empowerment of the Office of Neighborhood Development, but there is no civics in public education. So, we see how our kids are disconnected and don't sort of understand the power structure. Is there room to connect the neighborhood and some kind of way give all of the high schools a way to prepare to be future leaders?
So I was the director of Impact, Community Engagement and Impact for Inspire NOLA schools. There are some schools that are doing it, whether it's through their Student Government Association, are they doing it like as a summer programming? There's programming out there. It may not be as connected as we would like to see with city government, but it happens. It happens at libraries. It's happening in churches. And one of the things that I always say is civic engagement in New Orleans is not a spectator sport.
Definitely not.
You cannot, it's not something that you have to sign up for. You just have to get in it.
You have to care.
Yeah, you just got to jump in it. It is not something that's going to wait and invite you to be a part of it. It is, I care about my neighborhood, and therefore I'm going to do.
And it's the residents in those neighborhoods that have a responsibility of being inclusive as well. That's right. So what you didn't know them before the storm? They're there now. And you have to embrace that. And that's what we were able to do in Broadmoor. I didn't know how before Katrina.
And young people have a way of getting in. I think that every agency that I'm aware of, like RTA has a youth program, the city has a youth program. There are civic engagement opportunities for youth everywhere.
And through the Office of Neighborhood Engagement that started on the foundation of NPN, but now involves young people every single day, that's built out not just the junior civic leadership or the mayor's youth advisory, but even as it relates to internship programs, giving them an opportunity to work and see firsthand in government. And in addition to that, learning and listening to them. They're the ones, the youth that have been engaged over the past several years, they spearheaded the focus on mental health for young people. Thrive Kids came from the city of New Orleans. ARPA dollars fought for by this city. 10 million, over a 3-year period, mental health for young people in New Orleans. This is transformational, and it's happening in our city. Be empowered, be inspired, be connected to community, and see yourself in the results that you want to realize for yourself and for your neighborhood, period. It's really just that simple. Give a damn.
On that note, we are going to wrap up the very first panel for K20, Community-Led Recovery Building from the Ground Up. Thank you to all of our panelists. Thank you to all of you.
All right, family. I'm glad you enjoyed that first panel. It's now time for lunch. So I hope you brought your appetite. Make sure you get something to eat. We'll be right back in this room at 1 p.m. And the ballroom above us, the third floor, is also now open. Please explore, enjoy, and we'll be back at 1 p.m. Back at 1. Thank you.
The area was at sea level and near the mouth of the Mississippi River. In the 18th and 19th century, as well as the